Hello. Hello, everybody. Hope everybody's having a fine start to the week. It's Monday. That means we're about to dive into another production stream. So, yeah, let's see what happens. I'm not sure what style of psytrance we're going to do. Probably going to be the usual. Slightly full-on, slightly melodic, powerful bass lines. Zen Lion, how are you, man? I'm really good. Excited. My new toy. Let's see. Hi, Zen Lion. Hi, Chimatics. Hi, LDFG. Gilpf. H-Ear. Hugo Santos. Davey the Hug Monster. Sacred Geometry. Greedo Kenobi. Malogify. Yohei Ratson. Yanis. Let's see. Buzz Sai. Have I left anybody out? Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Gilne Longo. Let's see what you got. Pioneer XDJ RX3. Sounds like some fun, man. Sounds like some fun. So, I've got a template that I've kind of been putting together. So, I've actually almost done filming my new masterclass, which kind of deals mainly with my Bitwig workflow and stuff. It's been about 2 years since my last masterclass, since I finished that one. A lot of the techniques are still very relevant, but I figured, for those who are, wanting to follow along, that have been kind of with my more current workflow and stuff, it's probably about time to update that. So I'm currently in the process of doing so. But also, in doing that, part of my usual workflow is, creating a kind of master template, which I then use as a kind of basis to just start creating a track. With a lot of the kind of grouping stuff already handled, kick and bass in a group, percussions in a group, some side chaining kind of things going on, the basic stuff that you would end up doing most of the time anyway, and I could always just jump in and change it if I need. So, hey, Psyder, sorry, how are you doing? How are you doing, man? So, kind of the first few steps in the masterclass is like learning, obviously, the DAW, and then crafting your own template, which you can then use as a basis to create more tracks from. So this is basically one of the kind of templates which I've come up with, which I'm gonna use as a basis for this. But most of the stuff will probably end up changing. I did add a couple of kind of more atmospheric stuff here, which I quickly want to render out because I think that these patches might be a little bit hefty. So, while I'm just blabbering here, I might as well just make the time useful and render something. So, let's see. Avalon meets Morton Granow. That'd be interesting. Phase plant preset. It will the price will most likely be the same as my previous one, but with this one it will include I think more helpful content in the fact that obviously with Cubase it was a little bit more difficult to share projects because you couldn't kind of collect all and save. Whereas with Bitwig it's a bit easier to share projects. And also the fact that a lot of the processing and stuff can be done with Bitwig devices, whereas with the Cubase stuff, I used a lot of kind of third-party stuff as well. So I feel like the price of the masterclass will be the same, but it'll be a lot more concise. And there'll be less kind of added extras that will be involved, if that makes sense. And plus, you'll get the project and the template and stuff. So I feel like it'll be better value, actually. This preset is part of the upcoming bank that I'm working on. It's just a kind of ambient pad. We can maybe look into some of the other ones that we can quickly just kind of render out. In these cases, what I like to do is just put the MIDI over here, because then we can always jump back to it, you know. Let's create an audio clip of this as well. Good kicks. So obviously, I mean, like one of the big lessons in the masterclass will be how to create your own kicks. That obviously is using kick 2. In the template here is a preset that I've actually quickly just tweaked to get a good sound. But I mean, like, we can fine tune a little bit. I've kind of got this preset going where I find like most of the things don't really need to be changed. I generally just kind of shift these to the root note that I'm working in, change the length, and then all I need to do is kind of change the curvature of this. And it pretty much, that's most of the fine tuning that happens there. But I usually end up rendering that out to an audio thing anyway. I've also put together. This is pretty cool. Let me actually show you, folks. Not FX Grid. So in Polygrid, I've actually kind of recreated something similar to Kick 2, in that it's got this ability to kind of draw in a curve. The difference here about, like, rather than just a traditional sweep is that using this bend parameter, you can kind of change the linearity, much like in Kick 2. What you see is not equal to the actual curve itself, and so you can do, like, you can use this bend to kind of simulate something similar to that. And then it's got a sampler to kind of layer in a bit of hi-hat with that as well. And then this parameter length is basically assigned to all of the envelopes. So with just one parameter, you can kind of just change the length of the things, of the entire kick sweep. But yeah, let me show you what this sounds like. So all you really need to do is, like, choose the root note that you want the kick to end on. So, like, say for example we want to make a kick in F, then the sweep just ends at F, and then you just choose the length and you're done. I want to somehow work out a way of doing this separately though, because here we can zoom in and alter just the transient here. But I want to somehow create like two different envelopes which sum together, and then with the one, it's kind of, it'll be easier to just quickly draw in a curve, something like that. But I mean, I'm still working on that. So I'll probably put this also like as part of, like in the template as part of the masterclass, just for those who don't have Kick 2. You know what I mean? And these types of things, just because like you can do that. So where were we? Let's look at some of these patches here. Yeah, I like that one. We're going to put it in immediately. how to adjust delay according to the tempo. Surely the delay just has a tempo sync button. Which delay are you talking about? It's all just in this patch, this faceplant patch. I'll actually show you. It's the Kilohertz Trans Gate. You can get this as a free plugin outside of the patch, but this is basically just a bunch of granular stuff going on. It's single vocal kind of notes, but then each one has kind of been tuned with some granular stuff, and then transgate afterwards, and then some effects. all of these like things like the vital stuff, this stuff, for example, it's all presets from some of the banks that I've already released, and like the links should be, they might not be in the description, but I mean here, the bot just actually posted them in the chat if you are interested. Except for like the face plant stuff, but that's coming very soon. I'm just working on like the final things, and then I'm going to be releasing that pack. Really wet reverb making the bass so wide. Do you mean in this? In this patch? I think there's a couple of interesting things happening here. In terms of the wave shape. But pretty much chorus and distortion doing that sound. But also the fact that like you see that the distortion is like heavy at the transient and then mixes down a little bit. That kind of gives it that effect of like poof, and then it's not such a distorted tail. Do you know what I mean? I think this is just basic shapes, but then I've set it so that it morphs. Oh no, it's basic shapes, but then the squeeze is being modulated. So you can create it with just the basic shapes waveforms. Yo, Black Marvin, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, that'll be epic. Build up to this like very like dramatic intro, and then just silence. Some kind of sound filtering up, drop, something like that. I think it should be here or here. I think here kind of sounded good if there was the drop here. I'm just gonna put in a marker for there so we know like where we can drop it. You know, that sounds most nice. Actually not a huge fan of the kick. I think it's too kind of lumpy in the mid-range. Okay, that's a little bit better. It's good to start with, I think. So, excuse me, with these higher keys, I generally tend to have like my kick shorter than usual because the fundamental is going to be higher. It's going to kind of sound a bit ringy if it rings too long. Do you know what I mean? Whereas obviously with the lower keys, the waveform is wider, so therefore you hear it best with more cycles. But like with the higher keys, I still try to retain the similar amount of cycles, but the kick itself is just much shorter because the frequency is higher. Does that make sense? Hey, Scully, what's up? What's your question? don't know if I don't know if I'm completely convinced by the kick. So what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to just disable it and load in a sample for now, and we can always come back and fix it later if we want to. So I can just create on the same channel. That way all the kind of like processing and stuff later down the line, all the stuff that's linked to it in terms of the sidechaining and stuff won't be affected. We're just turning it off, and we can just like replace it with the sampler later. And I'm just gonna put in something like camphor audio. Stuff is always good. Oh, that one's nice. Kicks is one of those fiddly things where, like, out of every 1,000 kicks I make, like, only, like, I'd say, like, 200 of them I'm actually happy with. Do you know what I mean? So, like, it's not something that I like to finicky about with on stream, because, like, 9 times out of 10, or actually by the math that I just put out, like, 2 times out of 10, they're actually, I'm happy with them. Do you know what I mean? That's why I use samples a lot of the time. What do you not like about the kick? I just felt like it was a bit not goof enough. Do you know what I mean? The issue is that, I mean, like, now I could go in and just start finicking about with it, is that I feel like this was maybe too low. This could be higher. Something like this. Okay, it's already better now that I've loaded up a reference. actually kind of prefer it a bit now. I wonder if we can assign the velocity in the space quickly, and then maybe we could do like a groovy bass. 3 velocity on that. But then let's set the remap so that the velocity is always at 100% when it's above, say, 70% or so. Yo, sorry, man. Sorry, were you waiting for me to answer that question? I'm so sorry. I got totally lost. The thing about the Go series. It's one of those things where, like, sometimes, like, going back to content is like, so I don't know. It's a weird thing where, like, sometimes I'm just not feeling it, but like, I totally want to investigate like other ways of incorporating those types of techniques and stuff. Do you know what I mean? Whereas, I don't know, I feel like that very specific genre type content just wasn't really working. Whereas now I'm trying to do more kind of open-ended stuff, like how to do a specific technique, which you could then just apply to whatever music you want, as opposed to like how to make that sound that was in that one track from 5 years ago, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes I'll obviously do that kind of thing, but like, I don't know. It's I guess for myself as well, like trying to figure out new ways of doing the things as opposed to just rehashing the techniques over and over again is like more interesting to me. So like, I'm just more exploring kind of like different things. You know what I mean? As much as like I personally love the 303 and like I'll use that shit all the time, and the 101, I mean, like the two actually full, okay, apart from the Mini Freak, but like the two classic synths that I have are like a 303 and a 101. Like, I love it, but I just feel like it's not the content that a lot of people want to see. Do you know what I mean? So like, I'll incorporate those sounds and I'll show you guys how to do the specific things, but I feel like, a deep dive into Goa just isn't really where my channel is at the moment, I mean, what do you guys, let me know in the chat. Everyone who's here, just post in the chat, please. I'd really appreciate it. Just post what genre do you make? But be specific, like, don't just say like dubstep. Say like you make rhythm or tear out or whatever. Don't just say drum and bass. Say like liquid, or do you know what I mean? Say the specific genres or subgenres that you guys are making. Just post it in the chat. Wait, hold on. Maybe I should have been a bit more specific, like what I was talking about earlier. Like I meant like the content, as in like edited content. So like in my streams, because I love obviously Psytrance and everything to do with it, and my personal preference is slightly more Goa influenced full on. So like I'll still do that kind of stuff in the live streams, but I'm not really into creating a series based thing that's like edited and produced. Do you know what I'm saying? But like I'll still definitely talk about that stuff in my live streams for sure, because that's like what the music that I make, I guess, or at least influences the music that I make. Yeah, these leads I'll often cut around 3K and maybe 250 as well. And I'll also do like a transition in of like the feedback and the mix of these kind of things. Specifically, there's more kind of transition lead type sounds. Yeah, absolutely. We can actually go through a couple of the sounds now. I just need to run to the bathroom real quick. Give me 2 minutes, folks. Let me loop this. Intro and then this part here. Maybe we should just put this as a placeholder over here. There's going to be something else here. There's a couple of things here that I want to turn into samples, though. Just because, like, we're only using them kind of like as one-shots. We don't really need the full synth loaded in here. Hey, Jason Gilman, how you doing? Doggerman 11, missing some low end at the intro, in my opinion. Cool, thanks, man. Oh, so I've got a template already with a lot of stuff in Clip Launcher just to like speed up the beginning process of when I start producing and stuff. So, I mean, here, for example, I have been using it a little bit. What are you using to gate the release of the stab? Oh, do you mean this? It's basically a sample. It's just a sample. It's like very long, and then the one time it plays the full thing, and the other time it doesn't. Do you see that? So that's just down to note length. I find it like for these kinds of things, it's so much nicer to just render it out and then put it in a sampler, because then you can control these things much easier than having to process it with gates and all these kinds of things, or automate the release in the patch and stuff. Because that often then changes the sound of the patch, you know? Yeah, and so like with the template, what happens is like everything is already got like a transpose on it. So for example, if we decide, okay, we actually don't like the key of A, we could just shift everything down. You know what I mean? Okay, we could shift those stabs as well. But I kind of want something a little bit higher, because I usually work in the lower keys, so I want something a little bit higher for some variation. Oh yeah, where were we? Okay, so the upcoming pack basically has a bunch of stuff with regards to leads, pads, sequences, but also these one-shot things, which are particularly cool. So these are kind of designed to be more like you hold a note and it does a thing. Not a sequence, but like a thing. I'll show you what I mean. So these are cool as kind of transition sounds, because like you could use it just before, like here, to announce that there's going to be like a transition, you know? But then also like a bunch of traditional like lead kind of things that you could just create more melodic type of things. One of my favorite ones, like old school Psy lead. Which one is my other favorite one? There's like this, I think it's this one. Does a crazy thing with the mod wheel. This one does a similar thing with the mod wheel. Then there's also like going to be a bunch of sequences, which is obviously just hold a note, does a bunch of things. This one is my favorite, squelch sequencer, because you could just make like a full sequenced squelch with this, and then just change the pattern with this. We should actually just use this one in this track, I think. This door is Bitwig. It's called Bitwig Studio. Yeah, thanks, Jason. Appreciate that. I actually saw your post. Sneaky little post. Where was it? Which one was it? Was the Venus Theory Discord? I lurk. Wait, let me show you my other one, which is also, it's instead of just like generating a full squelch pattern, it just generates an FM sequence. Okay, actually, I've got another favorite. I think it's one of these two, which just generates like a full backtrack. So the concept is there's a sequence that's sequencing these different plucks, right? But you can turn the sequence off and get it to randomize the plucks. It's also got beat repeats built in, because why not? So this kind of thing is like, especially with the random sequence, it's so nice to just boop, add a little bit of extra of that like psychedelic sauce in the background of a track. Do you know what I mean? Just do a few of those hits every now and then. Boop, womp. You know what I mean? And so the crazy thing is, like, this type of thing wasn't actually possible a couple of months ago with Faceplant because of the whole granular system just like changed the possibilities of like these kind of more choppy resampled stuff. So like I kind of waited because I knew about the granular thing, so I kind of waited a little bit before finishing up the pack because I wanted to be able to include all this kind of stuff as well. Some UVI. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there, bro. Don't worry. Don't you worry. I think we should render it because then we can choose the best parts and then put effects on those. Do you know what I mean? So just going and put a limiter on because some of the peaks are getting a bit hectic. And then render, and then we can choose the best parts. Because there'll be some of them which will be like really ace, and some of them won't be so good. Do you know what I mean? We can maybe try another run, because obviously it's being randomized. Sometimes it's just not going to be good, you know? You don't necessarily need faceplant to do this kind of thing. You can do it with any granular... Why wasn't that working? Oh, it's because the track is soloed. Any granular thing, the reason why it's so good in faceplant is because it's got this sync, granular sync mode, so everything can be snapped to a grid. That just... Oh, it's basically like a little mini looper built into faceplant, as well as just a granular synth. So render another part here. Okay, this looks like we might have some good bits here. So faceplant can get a little bit hungry, but it depends how you use it. If you're just stacking all the effects and all the effects, then yes. But it's actually pretty good for what you can do with it, you know? I think these squelches we could also bounce. Excuse me. Oh yeah, in the clip launcher, yeah, man. You can do that in Ableton as well. You just got to flip screens the whole time because you got to do it in the mix window, you know. Here you got it in the arrange window. It's such a workflow saver in my opinion. Now we could just like toggle active. We don't need to worry about the CPU from that channel. Now we could just worry about like sequencing this nicely, you know, the squelches. Good question. Do I have a squelch sequencer for Vital? Probably. I mean, it's really easy to create something like that. Just got actual squelches. Not sure about sequence squelches. What's this? I do. It's not as good sound-wise, but it's the same concept. This one has a bunch of these like already sequenced, and then this basically chooses which sequence is loaded, and they're all Euclidean rhythms. This is one of my. This is in one of the packs. Let me just see which one it's in. I think it's number 2. Yeah. Glitch Cytrons Essentials Volume 2. Euclidean Squelches is the patch. Is the patch's name. I feel like as much as I want to go to Chevenheim, we already have like a vocal element here. It fills up that kind of space, you know? I want to bounce this so we can take it out when the other squelch comes in, so that we have like a interplay between squelches. We can do a call and response. Yeah, it's in the Volume 2 Vital Pack. Crash. But Bitwig will save it. Let's see. Well, actually, what's happening here? What's happening here? Do I need to remove this one? A long time. A long time. Most of my life, in fact. Oh, what's happening? Like the first time it's actually hanging, the project. Maybe we need to just restart. Actually, I think I remember doing this once before. It's a problem with Oscillos Megascope, I think. Oh shit. Load shedding stage 3. Let me check. Let me check if we're good. Thanks for the update. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good. Appreciate that. Why is Bitwig itself is now hanging? most of my life I've been making music, but like only I would say like the past 10 years I've been taking like production very seriously. But I always kind of faffed around a little bit. Do you know what I mean? I was in like bands and playing drums when I was much younger as well. But then also like learned piano and a bit of drums and stuff as a kid. But I wasn't very good at it, to be honest. Like I wasn't very like the whole classical thing. Like I wanted to make full music, and like learning classical piano wasn't really that exciting for me. Okay, we good, we back. I think this is the we don't want to recover crashed thing, because sometimes the presets will bug out. So let me actually like open it. So I think this sounds like the original kick. I'm going to actually open it from the save rather than let it recreate the thing. I think this is going to be a bit more reliable. Yeah, there we go. let me see what's happening in the chat here while I render these out. Album, will it be released? Yes. I'm not sure. So like, I think I've only got like a couple of tracks, not enough for a full album. So like, I probably want to create like maybe like half. I've got like enough for half an album or so. So I still want to create a bunch more before I think about like releasing. But I am currently working, like the tracks that I'm currently working on are for the next album will be like full on psytrance. I'm not sure what I'll do after that. We'll see. Maybe it'll be something completely different. But I'll always come back to psytrance and release it. I'll never like actually change. You know what I mean? I'll always do stuff in between and always just come back to psytrance. You know how it is. Maybe we can just create some more, like a response with the same vital, but like a different patch or something. Yeah, that one's nice. One of my favorites. No, often the kicks will be longer, but when I'm doing a higher key, I like to have a shorter kick because the fundamental just doesn't sound so nice at the higher key, so I just shorten it a bit. Do you know what I mean? Hey, Asti Fussy, how's it going? Yeah, I think that's it. The 8th, and then the octave, then the 7th. It does this weird thing that it always does in Bitwig, where it, like when you start recording while it's playing, it like does this weird off time thing with the clips, and I can never understand what's actually going on until I do that. Yeah, okay, now I know where I am. Wait, there was a question. Do you still enjoy DJing since you've taken production more seriously, or has it become a bonus? I never really enjoyed like DJing, as in playing other people's music. I do enjoy performing, obviously at festivals, but I do perform much less now that I'm taking production much more seriously. I don't know, not for any particular reason other than like I just want to work more on the actual music. And I feel like if you're gigging too much, you don't really have much of a chance to like perfect the music. So like there's a fine balance between like perfecting it and then performing it as well. So I don't want to like way too far in the DJ side of the balance, because then most of the time with the big performing acts, they play a lot of other people's music. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just I personally don't enjoy doing that. So that's why I produce more than I perform. But I'll still take gigs, obviously, at festivals and stuff like that. It's not like I just don't do it, you know. I'm just doing it much less now that I'm focusing, you know. You're at that transition. Cool, man. I guess it's difficult because you obviously want to perform. When is your next gig? I don't have one. I don't have a booking at the moment, so we'll have to see. It's difficult to kind of make that decision and stick with it, you know. Do you have rules about hearing protection? To be honest, like not really. I guess I just don't turn my stuff too loud. But I mean, like I do have quite small speakers, and like my room is pretty well treated, I think. So like I feel like at that point you're not really cranking the volume to the point where you have those issues. I guess in a treated room you're turning the volume up less to get a good resulting sound. So I guess personally, I don't really. I've never really thought about the rules in that regard, you know. Could you play live too? Yeah, I guess that answered that question. Anyway, I'm gonna take another quick 2-minute break. Let me know what you guys want to see. Like, I mean, I'm just gonna keep working, doing the same old, keep finishing up the track. I mean, if you want to see something specific, we can dive into that. Wait, there was actually something that I wanted to render out here as well. In this rises stuff. Okay, so the risers, because we don't need like an instance of phase plant just for a simple riser, you know? So we can that. Maybe wanted to get a bit more experimental with the risers, add a few more things there so we can keep that vital open, that's fine. Those pads, we can still do some stuff with that, so that's not an issue. Looking good. I think we're looking good. Okay. Falcon. Go. Falcon is super sick. It's super sick, but it's so deep. One of those hard things to like get into. I find like for a lot of the stuff that I'm doing, like even just like the basic, let's be honest, I mean, even just the basic Bitwig devices can do most of the synth sounds and stuff that we're really doing. I think Falcon excels with the multi-samples, the granular, and that kind of stuff. That's the kind of stuff that I guess is more finicky, that I end up spending creating multi-samples and that kind of stuff, or you know, rather than just doing in a creative session. But what I do use a lot in the in my creative sessions is the UVI suites, like their sound packs, because they're freaking awesome. They're freaking awesome. Specifically the World Suite too, because it's just like a collection of the sounds that I really love. Yeah, so we can maybe bring in something a bit more organic from that. But yeah, let me take a 2-minute break. I'll see you guys shortly. Don't go anywhere. The issue when recording stereo has to do with, it's not to do with the synth or the patch or anything like that. I believe what Idan is talking about has to do with gain matching the preamps. So like every preamp is slightly different. So like the gains, that's why sometimes you'll have sound cards which have stereo matched pair inputs and some which are just two monos. So what you want to do is you want to have some kind of stereo scope. What is that? There's a pretty good free one, I think, by Vox and Go. I forget. But otherwise, what's it called now? I use Studio Sessions. It's like a Flux plugin, which has a phase scope here. So what I'm talking about, let me make an example perhaps. I wouldn't say, well, I mean, correct it before you record it. Once it's recorded, I wouldn't say it's not a phase problem. It's a stereo problem. Let me see if I can make an example here. So if we have a Vital, I'm going to put in a noise sample and put it very low volume, and then just play it like this. Let's have a look at that spectrum. So you see here how this is completely flat, right? Because there's no side information. The only information that exists is in the center channel, because the left and right are the same. So if for example, so here we have this thing called stereo split, which is basically two channels, left and right. If you're plugging into like your sound card, you have a gain on each one, right? So to be able to get them perfect, because each one is slightly different, and it's like a touch of a hair could change it. So notice now how this is, boom, slightly skew. It's not exactly on the line mono, but it's because one of the channels of the preamp might be louder than the other channel of the preamp. You see, so like if that is the case, you could see that by just playing a white noise patch or a sine wave patch or anything into the inputs and seeing that it's not on the dead center line, right? So it's good practice whenever you're recording a stereo into two mono preamps to calibrate them. And that is like to do this exactly, to literally have a kind of stereo scope open and adjust it, boom, until it's back in the correct space, right? So say for example now we've recorded it and it's skew. What do we do? I wouldn't say a phase thing is the right thing to do, because that would alter the sound too much. The best thing to do would be to just do the same operation but in the inverse. Obviously, gain up the one channel and gain down the other channel using just some kind of stereo split device. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to quickly put this on the other screen while I just do this so it's perfect. And so like we're basically calibrating the audio signal but in post, but just using like the inverse concept of like the fact that the one channel is slightly different volume to the other channel, and that's what's causing that phasing. Do you know what I mean? So phasing, I guess, is a very big misnomer in audio because it deals with both sine cycle, like the cycle of a waveform, but it also deals with whether something has mid or side information. Do you know what I mean? That's what a lot of people kind of, that's where the term is often used. So there can be a lot of confusion as to like these kinds of things. Do you know what I mean? When to use certain tools. There's a lot of free ones. I mean, Vox and Go has one. I think Melda has one as well. Yeah, but anyway, that would be the best approach would be to just balance it again after the recording. But it's actually, the thing is though, because preamps, so we're getting a little bit more technical now, because preamps are analog, they're non-linear. And so what that means is a different gain of a preamp means that it's a different tone, very slightly, but it's a different tone. So like the gain on a preamp means it's kind of saturating it a little bit, whereas the gain in the DAW is linear. So there's no saturation curve, it's just linear. So when you're fixing it after the fact, there can be a slight difference in the tone of the left and the right. So that's why it's good practice to just fix it first. But in the cases where you can't, just balancing the stereo afterwards is the best, in my opinion. Lane lol. Yo, dude, want to give you some credit for helping me. Others, I'm sure, aren't with learning. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate it. And thank you. I appreciate the kind words. What sort of inspiration should we go with for this track? Let's see. By region, where should we go? Where should we go, folks? Should we go Africa? Should we go East? Should we go kind of European? What influences should we go with for this vibe, folks? There was another thing that I wanted to do, create some kind of transition from here into this part with the squelches. Stacy, this is weird. Like it feels like you know my workflow, but it also feels like maybe you're here for the first time, or you're maybe slightly new to the streams or something, because like, or maybe we just have similar taste. Because like you were like, oh, I have World Suite 2, and then you said the Duduk, which has almost become a bit of a meme here because I used that sound so much. I think the only thing we can do in this case, folks, is to do a poll. Let's start a poll. It's gonna be vibes. What were the other options here? Other options, I'm forgetting now. There's not much options in Australia, to be honest. Like, so I often be like, oh, that would be cool, and then it's like a didgeridoo or jaw harp, you know, or some percussion stuff. So I'm gonna skip that, and I'm gonna kind of group them. So, like, for example, Spanish, Eastern Europe, Celtic would all be considered Europe, right? So we're just gonna say Europe. Okay, let's do poll. Vibes. It's a vibe check. I feel like these kind of string instruments never really sound that good in the context of psytrance. Unless you're Spangle, of course. But kind of more bowed strings often work. What is a cymbalum? Koto. Oh, that can work, kind of. More for intro, though. It's a very nice sounding drum. Maybe we can just like granularize it and reverb it. I've really been enjoying this Arturia EFX fragments recently. With these kinds of things, what I like doing is to just render out like a big part of it and then either put it into like phase plant to create granules or load it into the sampler. I feel like this might be better for phase plants granular just because it's easier to just quickly dial in extra voices and stuff. Granular. Let's pop this in here. We were with A. But these kinds of things are also much easier to deal with if they're like loaded as a granular or sampler, because the tail is like instantly released, but you still get the sound of like the big reverb, you know? Rhino Skin, to be honest, I'm actually not sure. The whole like split thing is a new development, so I'm not too sure like what are the differences between them. But I think that the Essentials one is actually pretty watered down, to be honest with you. It's missing quite a few of their devices. It doesn't have like the grid, but I mean a lot of people don't use the grid. Yeah, it's without a lot of their VSTs. I don't know about the sound banks thing. I think that's like an extra thing. I'm not too sure about that anyway. I think that's more of an intro, outro kind of thing. Definitely doesn't work here, but I mean, I always bounce these kinds of things because you never know like how it could work contextually, maybe somewhere else, you know, maybe even in a different track or something. Yeah. Sometimes I just get lost on a tangent, you know, and just start turning these sounds into like weird things. It's crazy to think where that sound started and where it ended, actually. And because it's all assigned to the mod wheel and stuff, I guess we could just play this almost like a bass. Like a respace. Oh my gosh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that is cool, hey? Wow. I like that. I'm just going to toggle active. So it's always going to be here. We can just use it when we need it or if we want it. There was something else I wanted to do, though, is I wanted to take this sound here, this lead, and I want to make like a more repetitive kind of thing out of just that sound. So I want to show you how cool this is with Bitwig's sampler, like if you just throw the sample on here, we can basically just resynthesize the sound as a wavetable. So like, I guess a lot of people criticize Bitwig for not having a wavetable editor, and it doesn't really have a precise wavetable editor, it's true. But like, you could just take anything and just drop it on the sampler, set it to cycles mode, and tune this to like the root note of whatever it is, and you've basically made a wavetable. Oh wait, we need to freeze it. And so now it's going to repeat that sample, the first cycle of that sample, and we can scrub through it with this. So we're basically taking that sound and turning it into like a wavetable. Sometimes you've got to tune this up and down though. I think A3 might be more suited to what we were doing. And so like we basically just recreated that sample, but like as a synth now, you know. Let's just listen to... See, it's got that same kind of tone, but now we can just like flatten it at a specific point and then loop it. Or choose like a new point here. To get even more precise, we can actually just use this to like own into just this part of the waveform. And the crazy thing about this actually is like, listen to how, if we go here, you can hear there's this difference between the left and the right. So this is actually stereo wavetable. How cool is that, eh? I'm pretty sure, I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure all the other wavetable synths are, the actual wavetable itself is mono. But like here in this context, it's stereo. So you could do some pretty interesting things by generating two different wavetables. Scrubbing between them, but then also panning left and right to kind of get a 3D wavetable thing going on. How cool is that? So that's why it sounded slightly different, because it's a different key. So let's transpose this to the A, then it should sound the same. There we go. So I figured out a really cool trick for these kind of more static FM-like leads. For the filter of these, let's do something like a steps modulation. But now let's set this to something that's polymetric. For example, like 5 steps. And then if we set this to, I think it's 16. Yeah, so now it's never going to actually loop the same modulation until the beginning of the next bar, because it'll reset or whatever. And then if we set this to like the modulation of this, it's basically like creating a sequence where the loop never loops exactly the same twice, but because the rhythm is kind of static, it creates this cool almost modulation pattern for that sound. So you're basically taking the concept of like a polymetric sequence, but applying it to just the modulation. You see, you go like this, oh, it's looping, but at the same time, like every time the same rhythm plays, the loop is actually slightly different in terms of the modulation. And then like that amount of modulation, we can like slowly modulate over the whole bar so that the value itself kind of changes, but then also it's being modulated by that pattern. Does that make sense? So it's slowly rising, but it's also got that sequence to it. Okay, I need to run to the bathroom. I'll see you guys in 2 minutes. Let me let this loop for you folks. What DAW are you using, Lainol? You're finding it difficult. I feel like a lot of the time, like the Ableton stuff, and this is very similar. There's just, I feel like, more modularity in the effects and stuff here. But I mean, if you're using Ableton, a lot of the stuff should be transferable. Yo, cheers, dude. Have a good one. Thanks for tuning in, Abraham. So a really cool way of like creating tension, but in a musical way with these kinds of things is to just take this and just repeat the same note of it over and over again, and then just change it a little bit. So like here, for example, it's doing this whole melodic thing. But now if we just take this and repeat, it just instantly creates this tension of like what's about to happen now. You know what I mean? Listen to this. Yo, that could make a really nice transition into like an offbeat bass kind of thing. But what we actually want to do is to somehow shift it so that it's actually slightly on the off. You know what I mean? So what we can do is move this to the offbeat instead, and then just stretch this one a little bit over. You won't even notice that. Let's slowly transition this one out. And then with these, I want to make them slightly shorter each time. I think the transition needs to be fixed a little bit. Actually, no, I barely even noticed where it was. Wait, hold on a sec. Happy accidents. That's all I'm saying. You know what? Is that this should actually be on the offbeat to kind of fake it that like the on beat is actually the offbeat. So like it'll feel like you start counting and then the kick hits you even like, what the fuck is going on? You know what I mean? And we can also do this sneaky trick. Check here. So like if in this last part, we consolidate this so that it's all just one piece of data. And then we add in everything that's not existing already. Let's just turn all these, turn these down to 0 so we know which ones are which. And then we slowly fade in all of these ones that aren't like there. So it'll feel like the rolling bass is kind of like slowly fading in. Does that make sense? In fact, you know what we should actually do is like put all of these onto another note and then shift them down. It'll be easier to select them all this way. Is it the pen tool? Okay, if we select these, and then we can, hey, what's happening? And then draw it in like that. Okay, I didn't even know that. I just figured this out now for the first time. If you hold Alt and click, you can actually do the line. Huh, okay, that's cool. Okay, I think it's time. I think it's time for the 303. Yo, it's already... Yo. Have I already been going for that long? Can you believe it? Briggs, is Psytrance the same as Acitrance? They share a lot of similarities. I would say Psytrance has a lot more production tricks, like tension, release, build-ups, rises, that kind of stuff. There's a bit more melody and stuff. But a lot of the sounds are very similar. Cool, dude. Discarded telepathy. Thanks for tuning in. I'll probably only be another 15 minutes or so. So, I don't know. Maybe 15, 20 minutes. Let's see. Yeah, enjoy the meeting. Good luck. Okay, wait. There's too much squelchiness happening. Like that sound and this sound is too much together. But maybe we use this to transition into that. Do you know what I mean? Because this kind of hints at that like squelchiness of the acid lead, you know? These kinds of things, especially when it's like a transition or break element, I want to do the audio operators on that. Guinea pig squeak. Yeah, why not? We've done the monkeys already. maybe we can do like a kick roll here at this part, because it's going to kind of go into this rolling bass anyway. So here, let's just render it, and I want to chop it so that there's not much tail anyway. Yeah, and we want it like this, perhaps. I think that like main gated melodic thing can come in and back in full swing at some point. But with the gates and everything. Yeah. Okay, folks, that's where I'm going to call it for today. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. 303 is never dead. 909 is never dead. Those two things, hey? I mean, it could just be like, honestly, like, just could be making tutorials like how to make bangers. And then it's just like, put in a 909 hat. Put in a 303. Done. For the rest of my life. And I won't be lying. Anyway, I would never. Thanks everyone for tuning in. It's been awesome. Super productive session. I really, really enjoyed that. Thanks for coming along for the ride. I'm going to let this loop once or twice for those who want to hear it. And yeah, I will see you folks soon. Remember, if you haven't yet, please consider subscribing to my channel. Every little bit helps. You know, hit that like button. Do whatever you need to do. I really appreciate it. Anyway. Yo, Sonic. How's it going? Well, it'll be up, so you could always just rewatch it if you want. But I'm going to let it play through. See you all. I hope you have a good week. Cheers.